Hey everybody, welcome back to another live stream. First, I just want to say thank you to anyone who has subscribed to the channel so far. We're on X, Twitch, and YouTube, so if you've been following along with the content, just want to say thank you. I think we're up to 355 subscribers, so that's pretty big. But anyway, so today we're going to get back to the refactor. So on the last stream, we started working through this agents refactor here. So migrating over to the OpenAI real-time API, thinking through RAG, thinking through key value cache and our attention mechanism. And also going to start thinking through, instead of your traditional RAG, where we embed the query and then do a similarity search, maybe also some sort of node graph, or maybe some sort of graph database. I've heard of a solution called, I think, super memory, and other open source frameworks that we're going to go look into those and see if we can get any learnings from those frameworks. Right now, I went ahead and started up my ngrok tunnels. So, and let me pull down Twitch. Okay, cool. All right. And what I'm going to do actually is, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open up, and we built out this plan inside of Cursor. And what I want to do is go ahead and open up the Codex app. And I'm going to ask Codex to go review the changes that we made. We implemented this plan with another agent. I want you to do a detailed review of the services that were created according to this plan, and let me know your thoughts. Do not make any code changes. I just want you to review this implementation and see if you see any major problems or issues or any suggestions. Hey, J35. Yes, I'm doing well. How are you? I'm actually working on the agents business right now. So we completely refactored the agents business. We're migrating over to the OpenAI real-time API. Oh, wow. MacBook Neo. Interesting. I need to look into that. I guess that's the, they have that priced pretty low. Interesting. Yeah, no, 8 gigabytes of unified memory. I guess you could run some models at like 4-bit precision, or some distilled models maybe, but nothing for students, I think. Oh, wow. That's good. I'm really, it's going to be interesting to see as these open source models evolve, you know, how good they will get, and how optimized they can make these models. I know 8 gigabytes is not a ton though. I don't even know what models could you run locally on an 8 gigabyte machine. I know you could probably run like the 8 billion parameter llama model, distilled down to like a 4-bit precision. Oh, wow. No, but I need to look into that. Qwen 3.5. I might be using the Qwen text-to-speech, or the speech-to-text model. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Are you using any framework, J35, to help you orchestrate these open source models like Olama, or there's I think VLLM or other frameworks to help you manage these open source models? Or what do you use to run these open source models? Okay, can you go ahead and start the back-end services and the front-end service? I definitely need to start playing with more of these open source models. The one model that I really played with extensively was a DeepSeek model that was distilled from Llama, the Llama 8 billion parameter model, and they put some reasoning on top of it. Yeah, J35. You know, I'm really interested in, you know, I played around with some agentic loops in Cursor with sub-agents and using skills and hooks. And, you know, it kind of started going outside the curbs a bit and using a lot of tokens. But it would be really interesting to have an open source model running locally and then having it run in some sort of agentic loop in a sandbox and just let it rip and run. Check Quinn 3.5. Yes, I will. Hey, so a couple things. Right now I'm working on an agents business. So building out agents for simple business workflows. So I'm integrated with Twilio, integrated with Twilio. So we're going to be doing outbound calls, inbound calls through the cell network. We're going to have a chat agent, an SMS agent, and so we're thinking through pretty much the architecture of this agent. So let me give you an idea. Let's see. We had another. Okay, so like here's an example of kind of the architecture that we're working on, right? So we've got the Twilio integration. Tokens to save ring. Yes, J35. I'm gonna come back and I'll review this chat and check that out. Wow, that's incredible. But yeah, we're building out this architecture here. So we have an integration with Twilio. We have a kind of our voice layer where we're going to be integrating the OpenAI real-time voice API. Then we have a dialogue or a graph orchestration where our users are going to enter in their business workflows, right? So, and that could be any simple business workflow. Maybe it's a sales workflow. Maybe it's a support workflow. Maybe it's some administration workflow. Any really business process that has multiple steps, right? So we're taking learnings from LangGraph. LangGraph is an open source tool that you can use to help you set up this orchestration. So we're going to be actually integrating LangGraph. We're going to be building a way to upload business documents, embed them, and put them in some sort of vector storage. We're also going to think through like a node graph database, maybe, to help us retrieve relevant information. So maybe traditional RAG, but also some sort of node traversal, where we store more of like a stateful retrieval of information for a specific user or a specific context. So also building out observability through open telemetry. So using OTel. Yes, guys, please like the stream. Yes, I was going to use Grok, and that's not X Grok, right? J35, you're talking about Grok, the company that NVIDIA just made the acquisition. Yeah, I've heard that that has incredibly fast model. Yes. And also I don't know if you're new to the stream, but we also have this business, and I'm not sure if you've seen this, but so really we're building out an agents business, and we're going to be deploying these agents into our telematics video business, right? So I have this is the telematics video business. I have dash cameras in vehicles that record events like quick acceleration, hard brake, erratic hard turn, shock, severe shock, driver state monitoring like distraction, fatigue, phone use, right? And so the camera will trigger all of these events at the edge, and then we ingest those into our platform. And the camera also does basic GPS tracking. And this is actually 3JS. This is a 3D vector map, and this is a 3D object sitting on top of the vector map. Then we have basic geozones. So you can set up these geozones. I'm using like geospatial calculations in Postgres. So anytime like vehicles enter or exit, and this business is really, I serve any customers that have a fleet of vehicles. It could be a service company, it could be a transportation company, could be a last mile distribution company, really anyone that has a fleet of vehicles. It was for V3 too, I think, really fast. Yeah, I definitely want to look into that Grok inferencing, J35. You know, NVIDIA, made that acquisition for a reason, right? And I've heard that the inferencing is incredibly fast. And I don't know if they're using like a wafer, like Cerebrus, for that Grok inferencing. I'm not really familiar with it, but I'm very, very interested in that. I'm very interested in like new breakthroughs on the inferencing side. So this is geofencing, and what's cool about this is we use Redis. So I'll show you. This is all deployed on AWS EKS, Elastic Kubernetes Service. So you can see that like we're running Redis. So I'm not familiar. I don't know if you're familiar with Redis, but it's a key value storage. So a lot of these real-time services like geofencing, we have real-time alerts for like speeding, real-time alerts for events, real-time alerts for the arrive and depart for the geofence. And so we use this Redis for the real-time alerts, also for storing sessions. So user sessions, we'll store the session tokens in Redis. So that's our key value storage. So we've got geozones. We've got footage that you can retrieve over the air for any camera. So you don't actually have to wait for the camera to get back to the yard or get back to the location. I have customers that drive all over the United States, and so it's important for them to be able to retrieve that footage over the air. We also have all these reports. So we have geozone report, idling report, stop report, critical event report. Let's see if I've been idling. Let me see, any idling over 4 minutes. Let's try to run it for a full month. Okay, so here you can see, make sure, let's see, let's do 3 minutes actually. Yeah, so it has a an address I don't want to pull up here, but that's idling. Then I can we could also run these critical event reports. So on the critical event report, I can go look at all critical events. So like let's look at all critical events for the last month. So here's all these critical events: driver state monitoring, fatigue. So what I could actually do is right now I'm looking on my phone here. This camera triggered a DSM fatigue event. And that's because it's checking my eyes, right? and looking at my face to see if I'm yawning. I guess my eyes are not really on the road, kind of looking down. It's really like a phone event, but also a fatigue event. So I could click coaching on this, click OK. And then what we can do is go to this coaching section, and this new event's about to pull in here. So here, this is an event we already, this is an event I already reviewed, but pretty much we're using open source models to do this object detection and depth estimation. And this is the forward-facing view. These cameras can have up to 8 channels. And so here you go. This is me. So this is the driver-facing camera. And then what we do is we take, we try to find the relevant information or do that analysis. And then we build out this report. That's interesting. Here's the reconstruction. Okay, there's the worksheet. It looks like AWS S3 had some sort of delay. Okay, here's the worksheet. So these are stored, these PDFs are stored on AWS S3. And so pretty much I'm using heuristics and normalization to try to take all of the relevant signals and normalize them between like a value between 0 and 1, right? And that way we can try to bring all signals that are like on a different scale, right? And put them all together and try to build some score. And this is really what I'm fascinated with. Eventually my idea is we're going to be building an MCP server to expose risk tools and risk scoring tools, right? So pretty much the idea, and eventually I want to open source the object detection layer, right? So the idea is to open source the object detection layer. And right now I have this integrated with a certain camera vendor. But the idea is, okay, I want to open source the object detection layer, and then try to see if I can get other people in the community to extend that open source object detection layer to integrate more cameras, right? Because there's all different dash cameras out there, all different vendors. And it's very hard for me, you know, and I'm not exclusive to any one vendor, but it's hard to manage all of these integrations, right? So the idea is open source the object detection layer, see if we can get people to extend it and integrate more cameras, and then keep working on this risk heuristics layer that's really proprietary to my business. And then also see if we can start generating maybe synthetic data, label and annotate that data, and then train the models. And that's really, you know, I think like really right now, code is not the barrier to entry anymore. You know, but I think that, you know, how you curate your data set, how you label and annotate and prepare your data set to train the model, I think is really the proprietary knowledge now, not so much, you know, how to put up the scaffolding in the code. So anyways, I put to businesses. Yeah. So Kilm, I'm actually this is a staging server, but this system is in production. So, and we can also white label this system. So if people are interested in selling this software, you know, and building their own brand, they could also white label a product like this. But But yeah, so this is in production right now. The agents business that we're going to be working on, which is this architecture, is not in production yet. But so the plan is that we're going to build out this agents, and we're going to work on this today. I'm actually going to make some Twilio phone calls here in a minute. But we're pretty much building out this agents business, and then we're going to deploy it into this telematics business as maybe sales agents, support agents, right? Coaching agents. And so I'm going to put some chat interface into this product. And I've already built out like MCP server, right, with Postgres. So like today, my customers have to run these reports manually. But now with MCP server, that's like a layer on top of Postgres, I can put up a chat interface and they can start asking like, you know, what were my events last week? Or what were my events last month? Or what happens pretty much is they'll have drivers in different time zones. Yeah, so J35, I actually have been looking into how OpenClaw is handling the multi-agent orchestration. So I actually pulled down that repo. Let's see, where is it? Okay, here's LangChain, LangGraph, OpenClaw, Mem0, OpenTelemetry. And these are all open source frameworks that I'm considering either integrating or trying to understand how they handle orchestration and how they handle multi-agent orchestration, and then see if we can take some of those design patterns or some of those learnings and implement them in our own unique way. But yeah, J35, definitely considering that for sure. But anyway, so now what we're doing is now we'll take this image, right? The most relevant image. And then here I have, I'm passing it to a vision model. And the vision model is helping us make a determination about that image, right? So here it says the image shows a man seated in the driver's seat, wearing a seatbelt, looking down. Possibly it's something in his lap. I guess this image, it actually didn't show my phone. Outside the vehicle, other cars in a building are visible. It says I'm not looking at the road right now. Then we give some key observations. So it was able to understand, okay, this event was actually at a low speed, right? So in this case, because I'm at a low speed, even though I'm looking down and I'm distracted, maybe this event doesn't have, the safety focus for this event is low, right? And what happens in this business too is that, you know, there's a lot of false positives. And the worst thing that can happen is if you get false positives, and imagine you're a driver and you're driving around and you hit some pothole and it shakes the camera, and the camera does use an accelerometer. We have Edge AI, but it still sometimes makes mistakes, just like these models hallucinate, just like humans hallucinate. And just imagine you're a driver, you hit a pothole, it triggers some like hard brake event, and then your boss is calling you, taking disciplinary action against you. And that's like the worst case scenario, right? So using these models to help us do this risk scoring and then determine, is it risky or not risky, to make certain that we only take action when there's real events, or if there's good driving behavior, we reinforce that good driving behavior. And so that's what we're working on. We also built out, and if you're interested in how we did this, AWS S3 has some sort of delay today, which is interesting. Let's see. We can see. There we go. Huh. But then we also have driver ID. So every time, and guys, then we'll get to coding here in a minute, but every time I get into my car, it takes a picture of my face, and then it's doing face detection to see if that image is similar to other images that it's seen before, right? And so like if you're a new customer, you'll open up my system, your drivers will get into the vehicle, it'll take pictures of all their faces. You'll get a you'll in this page here, it'll populate all of your drivers' images. And then it sends this abstract ID, right? So this unique ID for each one of the images. If the system sees the same image again, it'll send the same ID. But the first time when you first get into the system, you just have to come in here and start linking these drivers. So like if this was Justin Bieber, I would, as a fleet manager, because I don't know who your drivers are, and there's a lot of driver churn, right? Drivers come and go. You hire drivers, they leave. And so, and I don't know your drivers, right? I don't know that your driver's name is Frank and Jimmy and all this, right? So what you would do is you come into my system. Really strange behavior. So here's the driver directory. And this is where you would enter in all of your drivers, right? So you'd enter in all of your drivers, and then you would come, after you enter in your drivers, come back to identify drivers. And this is where you'd start assigning, you'd look at these images and be like, oh, that's Justin Bieber. Let me link Justin Bieber, right? And so Justin Bieber's linked now. So that's like the telematics video business. And we also built out scheduled reports using cron jobs. So these reports run on a schedule. We also have real-time alerts. That's the telematics video business. But right now we're going to go back into Cursor. Let's go ahead and start these services. We're going to start our back end and our front end. Okay, so here we've got debug. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're about to make a phone call. So let me open this up. Come back over here. We're about to make a phone call, and then we're gonna test it here. Okay, can you open up the logs? We're about to make a test phone call. Yeah, 24/7 monitoring, researching a multi-agent system for social media marketing. So like an AI system that replaces your need for marketing agency, handling social media accounts, posts, scripts. Yeah, 100%. If it's you know what's really interesting, J35, is so like conversions are critical with social media marketing. And so I guess you have one aspect of social media marketing that's like writing blogs and making posts, trying to get traction in that way. Then at some point, you need to actually convert that traction into leads, right? So like one thing that I saw recently, and I forgot where I saw it, but what I thought was interesting is I saw like an MCP server. And I think PostHog maybe does this, but there's an MCP server that monitors the user behavior on your landing page. So maybe you're launching these blogs, launching these, or you're pretty much replacing a marketing agency, pumping out this content, clips, posts, blogs. And what's interesting is in the past, like I've worked with many different marketing agencies. And every time we try to get marketing agencies to write blogs about the telematics video business, it's very challenging for them to do that because they don't understand my vertical and my brand voice, right? But now with AI, if you kind of set your brand guidelines and your brand voice, then the AI could write that content very easy. But it'd be interesting if you were kind of using AI to help build that content, create that content, then maybe also tracking, like building landing pages for that content, right? And then monitoring like that funnel and monitoring the user behavior. and seeing, okay, well, the user got to the landing page and for some reason they clicked over here, or try to understand why it didn't convert based off user behavior, and then use AI to like take that knowledge and then automatically modify the landing page, automatically reposition the content to try to get higher conversion. Yeah, interesting idea, J35. I'm interested in that. Definitely keep me updated on that. And guys, if you haven't already, I do have a Discord. It's not super active right now. You got to enter this into your browser, and then it'll redirect you to Discord. And I actually gotta let me post that in here. See if I can pin this actually. Okay. So let's see. Let's go ahead. We just opened up our logs. Okay, so when we make this Twilio call, we'll see that call in the log. I don't think it opened up the right log. We're about to find out. Okay, we're about to make this call here. I'm gonna bring this to the other screen. Let's see. Let me get my phone number for this phone. Hold on. Let's see here. I don't use this phone a lot, so I don't have the number memorized, but let's see, wrong 2. Okay, here we go. I got it. All right, let's try to make this phone call. Let's open up Cursor. And then let's do this. I'm making the phone call. I just don't want to pull up the number here. Nice. Okay, let's make this. Okay, phone call's coming in. I used to see a different log.
I'm Bill at Blue Cactus AI. What's your name?
Hey, my name's, or first off, who are you?
This chair is squeaky.
I need to get rid of that.
I know. I'm Bill from Blue Cactus AI. Let's schedule your demo. Available slots are today at 1 p.m., 3 p.m.
Well, hold on. Are you a robot or who the hell are you? Hello?
Sorry, bit of a cold.
Wait, I asked you, what's the weather today?
Ready to schedule your demo?
No.
Available slots are today at 1 p.m., 3 p.m., or tomorrow at
No.
1 p.m. Which works for you?
No, what's the weather today?
Janitor picked great timing. I'm not sure about the weather, Null. But let's focus on scheduling your demo. How about today at 1 p.m. or 3 p.m.?
Okay, so we got to figure this out, guys. Let's look at the logs. Okay, I don't think you had the right log open. All I see is the state for each one of these front-end components, but we just made the call. I want you to review the details of the call. At one point, we had a log that was printing when we connected to the OpenAI real-time API. Yeah, J35. I know it's terrible right now, right? And that's why at some point I built the voice agent, and I just kind of so right now, J35, I'm using, at one point I was using DeepGram, and I was using 11 Labs. 11 Labs sounded more natural. But then I ended up switching over to the native. Twilio has like a native speech to text and text to speech, and I switched to that. And then it got a bit faster, but we gotta, this is, we're gonna get it faster than that. Hold on. Okay, why are you killing the dev server? Okay, it started the old legacy services, which is actually the wrong service. Okay. Is defined in, which spins up. Okay, kill the old legacy services and let's start up the new services. Okay, that was actually the old legacy system. And that was super slow, a ton of latency. So let's see, let's kill this and let's restart here. Let's make another phone call. Okay, we're running this start script here. This is just a shell script to start the services. Okay, here we go. Here's our new, this Voice Edge High Noon is the new service. So it's called Voice Edge High Noon. Okay. Okay, do you have the logs open? Make sure you open and follow the logs. I'm pretty sure this is the log, but I'm just gonna ask double check here. Okay, it ran a tail follow here. Tail -f, that gets the end of the log. Okay, here we go. All right, let's make another phone call. Let me slide this over for... Wait, the front end's not... Okay, I don't think you started the front end. Can you start the front end? Guys, today I'm using Gemini 3.1 Pro. For now, until we hit some sort of limitation, and then I'll switch over to Opus 4.6. Why did it start it on? That's fine. Why did you decide to start it on port 3001? Is that going to be our backend services using port 3000? Okay. That's okay. Oh no. Kiln. That's okay. You know, I've been through so many different ideas, and some of them were, after I got deeper into them, kind of understanding maybe there was a lot of regulation hoops I had to jump through, or maybe I thought I had product market fit, but I didn't. And product market fit, as you continue to iterate, really my suggestion is you got to get a prototype. Don't try to build some prototype with a million different features, right? And this is what I'm going to try to do, is get like a modular prototype up. First, really, you could talk to the market, see if you can reach out to anyone in the market, try to understand the services in the market. And ChatGPT deep research is really good for this too. Try to get a lay of the land, understand the market, maybe even talk to people before you start building. And then just like keep the scope small, build something quickly with maybe just a few features, get it into the market, and then you'll find out fast if there's any product market fit. If there's not product market fit, iterate quickly, and then keep re-releasing into the market. Find out if there's product market fit, do it again. So, okay. All right, cool. Let's try to, let's make this phone call now. Let's see. Okay. Making another call here. Hello? Okay, so here we can see that the OpenAI real-time API connected. And we made the outbound phone call. My phone rang. I don't know, it's kind of strange, but whenever the phone's ringing, it doesn't come through the microphone. I don't know why, but so now I'm going to say, okay, I'm on the Twilio call now. It looks like we were able to connect to the OpenAI real-time API, but the agent is not saying anything. Normally, it would introduce itself as Bill with Blue Cactus AI. For sure. J35. Trying to really build J35 like a modular setup. So I want my customers to be able to upload some business document. So it could be like a sales document or a support document. Embed that, put it into the vector DB, and then use this OpenAI real-time API to do speech to text, text to speech, and the tool calling all in the voice layer. What I'm concerned about is the latency for the RAG, right? So what's the latency for doing that vector similarity search to pull in the right PDFs or the right documents into the context? And then what's like the key value cache, right? Or how do I handle caching? Or like what's the attention mechanism to find out what preferences are important to store in like a stateful way, or what preferences should we store in Redis, and every time that user hits up the chat, it pulls that context in. So just thinking through all this, but the last voice call actually had the old setup, so we're still, right now we did connect to the OpenAI real-time API, but still some sort of issues. So we're about to go figure out what's happening. Read loop. Okay. So it looks like it was some code was like in the wrong. Okay. Oh. Let's go ahead and do this. Intelligent voice fast. Okay, so it moved it into go function event. Okay, I'm not super familiar. Actually, I'm writing this service in Go. So all of the hot path services, I'm writing them in Go. So anything that needs to be highly available and a lot of real-time data coming in, I'm trying to build it in Go. Anything that's like control plane business logic or where business logic is changing often, I'm trying to use maybe like Node or TypeScript or a language that has lots of open source packages or lots of packages and easy to glue things together, if that makes sense. Some tutors. Gonna get most tutor centers already have one. Yeah, it's that's all that matters is the learning. Exactly, it's all that matters. Or you just keep stacking those learnings on top of each other, right? Okay. Make sure I have Twitch open. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it looks like we didn't have the stream ID. And I don't know, I need to look into that, but maybe OpenAI returns this stream ID, or it might be Twilio. I'd have to look through the code a bit more, but it looks like we were trying to pass in these instructions before we had a stream ID. And it does look like it's OpenAI. Maybe that returns, we open up the WebSocket maybe. I don't know, I need to look into this more. But we maybe open up that WebSocket and they return some ID to us. And then once we get that ID, and I'm using Gemini 3.1 Pro, we're gonna see how good it is. But once we get that ID, then we're gonna say the greeting. So let's see if we can, let's see if this works now. Looks like Gemini 3.1 Pro has an idea of what's going on. Yeah, exactly, Kilm. So, I would get, because you can get, if you can get something that you can demo, that's what I would suggest. Get something that you can demo as fast as you can, because, customers are willing to work with you too. I mean, and it's not like you need to be lying to them and saying that you have all this stuff built that you don't have built yet, right? It's more like, hey, I have a prototype, we have a vision, and even if you approach it as more of like a consultant, you could come in with ideas and a vision for the future and something that you can demo, and maybe your back end is not fully built out, right? But you have a front end that looks sexy. But and it's not like you don't disclose that or it's not like you lie to them and you say, hey, everything's built out right now, right? But it's more like, hey, we demo, you find if they're interested, and then if they're interested, right, that's when you can set the timeline, and that's when maybe you can agree to some sort of commitment and some sort of timeline, right? And maybe even collect funds if you need to, but then hire in and bring in the people to try to deliver that solution. Um, and it's not like you're just building this sexy front end and you're just trying to trick people and collect funds and then never deliver, right? It's more like I'm coming in with ideas to an organization that's maybe slow moving to adopt AI solutions. I'm coming in with ideas and solutions, and then I'm trying to work out a partnership, and then I'm bringing in resources to help me complete the project. Or you're going to complete it, and just be realistic with the timeline of when you can deliver the solution, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly, J35. And I'm still, sometimes it looks like open source projects accelerate faster um, than like a private company that has closed source. So it can go both ways. I think the open source community, um, because so many people get involved, if it gets traction, that can accelerate things faster than a closed source company. But it can work both ways. Sometimes, you want that company that is closed source and generating revenue is going to stay consistent and continue to maintain and improve that software. And I know some open source code, maybe if it doesn't have a ton of adoption, it's not getting accelerated as fast. What's going to be fascinating is to see if open code with the open source method is able to keep up and accelerate quickly enough to keep up with the market. That's going to be very interesting to see. Okay, I found out exactly why AI wasn't speaking. I looked at the code. We were telling OpenAI real-time API to generate the initial greeting immediately upon establishing the WebSocket. Got it. So Twilio hasn't even set the start event over its own WebSocket. Okay, got it. Okay, cool. So I'm going to say, okay, did you start the front end and back end services? Are we ready to test? Make sure after you start the services, you open and follow the logs. And guys, please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps push this content out to more people. So really, I'm going to be doing a lot of vibe coding on this channel, vibe coding live. Also, when I do identify some workflow optimization, or if I adopt some new agentic workflow, I try to make a video on that. I've tested around with I played with some agentic loops, sub-agents, work trees. I actually have a multi-repo setup. A lot of people in the have a monolith or a mono repo where all of your services are inside of one repo. And that's really, it's easy to work with agents in that way. I had been working with, in my telematics video business with many different engineers over the years. And so I had a microservices set up. So sometimes when I hired engineers, I would just say, hey, you're working on this microservice, right? And so they wouldn't see the complete code base end to end. Now I'm using submodules to keep this multi-repo set up, and that way I can use work trees. And I have videos where I discuss that. So if you're interested in like workflow stuff, I have videos on that. Also, if you're interested in like high-level commentary, when I see interviews that I find meaningful about, or interviews with like tech leaders that I think are meaningful, I like to do commentary on those. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, you can check those out too. Also, I don't know if you've seen this, but we're also integrating this into the, also going to be integrating this liquid glass as like a sales and support co-pilot, right? And we're still thinking through exactly how I'm going to integrate this into the agent's business, but also planning to integrate some sort of co-pilot to surface like business insights in real time for sales or support reps. And so like I can take a picture of my screens here, and then I could say, what is in the top left screen? And so it'll tell me exactly, it can help me analyze screenshots. I also have the Whisper C++ model locally inside of this binary. So it'll actually start to track my speech to text here too. And so we're going to be integrating this into the agent's business. So let's come back here. Okay, yes, the backend services are up. Okay, cool. So it's watching the logs. Sorry, guys. Okay. Let's make this phone call again. Great, okay. It's really it's like the microphone's like blocking that sound. Hello? Testing. 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 Okay, the agent is still not saying the greeting. I got the phone call from the outbound call from Twilio, answered the phone, and just silence. The agent is not saying a greeting. I want you to add detailed logging so we can understand what's happening. Go high level. No, I haven't, J35. You've got lots of good suggestions, though. What I'm going to do after stream is I'll flip through chat and start checking out some of these tools that you've been discussing. Okay, so we're adding more events here. And guys, I may switch over to a little soft house music, maybe. I go between like classical, like neo soul, I think, soft house, lo-fi. If the music or anything is too much, guys, just let me know and we can switch it up. Okay, so we added logging, right? So let's see. So here's the start event. So it looks like Twilio should be sending us some start event. I guess maybe that the call started. And so we're about to print this or when the start event comes in, we're about to print the ID. Just print it to the log. And so that's gonna, for some reason, you know, we made that Gemini 3.1 Pro made that code change thinking, hey, if we move the instructions down to this code block or inside of this scope, you know, it'll work. And then it didn't work. And so what am I doing now? Now I'm adding logging, killing the services, and then restarting the services. Let's get this wood in the bank, guys. Also, we, and I know I keep saying this, but we haven't done it yet, but we're definitely going to build some sort of plugin for old school RuneScape. So they have this whole plugin ecosystem, an open source framework called RuneLite. And so that'll be like a fun project at some point that we'll do together. I'm not a huge gamer, to be honest. I played this game back when I was a kid. And then I had an old friend that kind of got me back into it. And so now, you know, I'm literally just chopping down these trees AFK while the agent's running just to collect this wood. And then I just put it in the bank. But it really has a full Java open source ecosystem, this game. So at some point it would be fun to maybe look at existing plugins, maybe try to make a contribution to an existing plugin to learn about open source and how we could maybe make a contribution. Or we'll make our own plugin and try to launch it using some things that are allowed, no like cheating stuff, but maybe some basic object detection or something. Or we'll think through what we could do that's within the rules of the game. And so that might be pretty fun. Wait, hold on. Let's kill all these terminals. Oh, there's a little trash can. Oh, there's the trash can. Just want to kill these. Okay, I killed all the terminals. Can you open and follow the logs again and make sure the services have been started? Yeah, so the game is old school RuneScape, J35. So I really grew up like playing two games, really. Halo 2, a game called Halo 2, and then this game called Old School RuneScape. Old School RuneScape was like the first MMO. And I used to play the free version of the game. So this game's an MMO, it has a free version. It's very similar to like World of Warcraft, but it was like before WoW. And then a lot of people moved from this game over to World of Warcraft, I guess. And now people are starting to come back from World of Warcraft back to old school RuneScape. But just have a lot of nostalgia with this game. And what's interesting is this game has a huge grand exchange, right? So there's actually an API where we can get information on the grand exchange and what the price of all the items in the grand exchange are, what's selling, what's not selling. And so we can maybe do some finance stuff. Maybe seeing if we can like buy low and sell high, right? Or could maybe do some sort of fun project like that. Okay, let's start again. Cool. Okay, cool. Services are up. Let's go ahead and make another phone call. Yeah, let's make this one. Cool. Yeah. Okay, we're making another call. Boom. It's really weird. You can't hear the ringing. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Strange. Testing. Hello? Look, it does get it's getting my audio. Look at that. Testing. Testing. See that input audio buffer? So it's detecting the speech. I'm just gonna hang up. Okay, then when I hang up, you get this read error. So what change did it make now? I'm not really familiar with Go code, to be honest. I would probably never be writing Go code. I was really familiar with, like, I can read Java, JavaScript, TypeScript, Python a little bit. Not super familiar with, like, Go. That's one incredible thing about the LLM is, like, before I had all my backend services really were in Node. My front end is using Next.js in TypeScript. Backend is usually in Node, TypeScript. Nest.js is a framework I used a lot. But now with the LLM, you know, I'm really interested in Go because of the concurrency and how it can, you know, use multiple threads at the operating system level. And there's no concern with, like, blocking the event loop like you can do in Node. And I have some real-time services. So, like, when I write Node, it's a lot of, like, asynchronous promises and stuff to keep stuff off the event loop. And so if you don't know what you're doing, you could block the event loop. Also, Node, I think, has a little bit more overhead, or it's a little heavier. Like at idle, it uses a little more memory, a little more CPU, I guess. And Go has a little bit smaller binary, faster cold start. And I think at idle, it uses a little less memory, a little less CPU. But that's one thing we're thinking through too, is like, okay, what are all the services? Is it a service that's a hot path service where data's coming in fast? So tons of data's coming in, it's a hot path service, and we need to put it on an EC2 or on a server that is always available 24/7? Is it like a background service that we could, that's not a hot path service, that we could run on spot instances in the background? Like, one example of a background service would maybe be when my customers upload the PDFs, we could have a background service that goes to go index them or chunk them up and embed them into the vector storage, right? And maybe that could run in the background on spot instances that could get interrupted. And then maybe what's like an event-driven architecture, or what's something where we could use serverless, like and I'm not familiar, I haven't done a lot of this, but Lambda functions. Like maybe some data goes into Postgres and that triggers an event that goes to go hit a serverless function. Something like this. Yeah, J35 for sure. I hear a lot about that, where people are doing incredibly well in these gaming ecosystems, building out, I guess, like worlds or whatever it is, or building out servers and getting people to join your server and pay subscription fee. Okay, let's do this. One second, I'm sending a message back to somebody. Okay, cool. Okay, so did you add more logging, or did you identify the problem? What are your thoughts? And then I'll go ahead and execute another phone call. Okay, so it didn't identify the problem, but it identified something suspicious. And to be honest, for like this OpenAI integration, you know, I may actually want to use Codex instead. Just because Codex might have a deeper understanding of the OpenAI API. And you know what? Let me see. Can I get like the name of this terminal? There it is. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to open up another agent. I'm going to go to 5.3 Codex extra high. I'm going to paste this in. I'm going to say, and I know you guys can't see that when I have it up there, but let's bring it down here. So then I'm going to say, I want you to review the log. We're having some sort of challenge connecting, or we're able to connect to the OpenAI real-time API, but the agent is not saying the greeting for some reason or another. Can you review the code and review the log and then give me your thoughts on this? Do not make any code changes yet. I just want you to help me understand or help me figure out why this is happening or why the agent is not saying the greeting. The Twilio call is successful. The outbound call is successful. I answer the call and just radio silence. Okay. So it'll be interesting what Codex says about this, but let's come back here. Receive the start event. We fired off the response.create event to OpenAI to force the agent to say the greeting. So what I want to do is I want to look at the let me what's up? Okay, so I'm going to say, okay, can you give me the exact link to the OpenAI real-time API documentation? Can actually probably. Okay. Let's take a peek at this. Okay, voice agent quick start connection. I think we're using WebSockets, API usage. I'm gonna actually tell Google to see if Google can review this. Can you review this documentation and then think through this again? Let me copy this. We just implemented this plan. Make certain to review this plan to understand how we implemented these new services. then review that log file I provided and help me understand why the agent is not saying the greeting. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to the, I'm not going to read through all the document. Are these even the docs right here? What are the method names that we use to open up this real-time API WebSocket and then start the agent? Or give me the names of the methods that we use, the OpenAI real-time API method names. Just curious, really. Okay, so first we're opening up the WebSocket, passing in some headers. Okay, so we use some method called session.update. I just want to find it. Under the hood, the SDK normalizes the configuration into real-time session.update. Okay, so this is kind of how we configure the session. Awesome, comported. Beautiful, I love that. I love that. Are you making like a new model comported, or what are you actually doing? Is that you're building your own model? Get the documents that you brought. OpenAI recently made a massive, generally available update. It changes how. So there you go. So Gemini 3.1 Pro was trained on some old documentation, it looks like, right? Awesome, comported. I love that. I love vibe coding. Gets me pumped up. So the documentation, there is some major changes in the docs. Doc state that the has been renamed to this. Okay. Calling on an empty car has a more robust way to make the agent speak first is to inject a simulated message. Robust way. First, let's see what this agent is saying. Let's see what From your log, the key signal is this. So we got Twilio, call plus webhook plus media stream all succeeded. OpenAI real-time connects. Caller audio is detected, but audible output never reaches the callee. To the egress. I think egress is when it goes out. Ingress is coming in. Most likely causes. Ask it what its thoughts are on this. Another agent mentioned that we may have some method names incorrect. Can you review the latest documentation and then review the code and give me your thoughts? Do not make any changes to the code. Okay, let's see. Really curious what, nice, it's pulling in the MCP Codex MCP add. Oh, wow. What is this? I guess OpenAI has a MCP. Huh. Interesting. Let's try this. OpenAI developer docs MCP. Awesome. Hey, data dev. How are you? Hopefully I didn't miss you. Yeah, on Comported, I kind of use a combination of all the different models. My read on it right now is in Codex. At some point, you had Anthropic was really at the frontier of coding. The first model I ever used that I was like, wow, this is really good at coding, I think was like Sonnet 3.5 maybe. And it felt like Anthropic was way ahead for a while. But it definitely feels like, Codex and Gemini are starting to catch up. But my experience is like Codex for very larger systems or very complex problems or issues, or if you need very, very thorough work, Codex kind of considers all options. And it's very thorough. It's very good at very complex issues and bugs. Good at traversing very large code base, and resolving issues. Sometimes I find it, if you use extra high, almost a little overly verbose at times. Then you've got Opus 4.6, which is very concise and precise, almost like surgical precision. I've noticed that Opus kind of optimized for the working solution. Maybe Codex considers more alternatives than Opus. It's just kind of my read. But Opus, if you need surgical precision, if you're on a production system, Opus is great. Opus is just very expensive compared to how they have Codex priced. And now Codex or OpenAI is really putting some pricing pressure on the market. With $20, you're getting a lot of Codex usage. Gemini is by far the best at design and front end. Also, Gemini, I think, kind of understands big system thinking a bit better. I'm still trying to figure out how good Gemini is at coding right now. Gemini 3.1 Pro. Composer 1.5 is incredibly fast, incredibly thorough. I haven't used that enough, so I really shouldn't speak on it. But Composer 1 was pretty good. It just goes outside the curb sometimes. But I noticed it was like really, really thorough. And if I need tons of alternatives or suggestions on different ways to take things, a Composer was good at that. Grok, I haven't used enough to really give any thoughts on it. Okay, let's get this in the bag real quick. And guys, if you haven't already, please subscribe, like the stream. If you're on Twitch, follow. It kind of helps push out this content to more people. Really, this channel is all about vibe coding live. We're building the agents business. We also have a telematics video business. If you're interested in telematics video, you can go check out some of the older streams. Check out the shorts if you want to kind of catch up on what I'm doing and what I'm working on. And also, if you're interested in just like AI commentary, whenever I find meaningful AI interviews with tech leaders that I find meaningful, I like to do commentary on those interviews. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, you can go check out that too. Right now, we're using the we added the OpenAI developer doc MCP server, and we're fetching these real-time API documentation. I was using Gemini 3.1 Pro. We're integrating the OpenAI real-time API, and also integrating that together with Twilio. I was able to make some phone calls, but we couldn't get the agent to say the greeting. So then I started adding more logging, dumped that logging, added more console logs, had the agent go review the log. And then Gemini gave me its thoughts on this, which is good. But then I also thought, okay, well, I know that OpenAI built out this real-time API, so maybe Codex might be a little better at reviewing some of that OpenAI documentation. And that's when I spun up another GPT 5.3 Codex Extra High model to go fetch these OpenAI documentation and kind of review them. 5.3 Codex still working here. Okay, did you go fetch the latest OpenAI documentation for this? Let's see if Gemini can fetch the latest OpenAI docs here. I know there's probably a web search MCP server that I could probably be using. There we go. Gemini did a web search there. I know there's an MCP server, or let's check. What are good MCP servers for detailed web search? To be honest, I think that these models are probably be good enough for web search, but it'd be interesting to know if there's any MCP servers for web search. I know there's one for... DuckDuckGo, Google style web search. So there is a Google search MCP server. Is there any value in these search MCP servers versus just letting the model use the default cursor browser tools? Hey, Data Dev, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for being here and being part of the community. Actually, I love that. I love when, that's why I'm building in public is, one, we can all learn from each other. Also, I learned from a lot of smart people over the years, so trying to give some of that back to the community, because I wasn't born with all this knowledge, right? Anyone can learn this. And now with vibe coding, I think, there's going to be even more engineers, more code to maintain. And so there'll be more people getting into coding. And so I just want to do my, just want to return the favor, really. And also build in public, and build a community around this at the same time. Okay. Okay, cool. So Gemini's kind of giving the same response here. GPT 5.3 Codex is really being pretty thorough here. So Gemini 3.1 Pro kind of spit that out pretty quick. Let's go back to while we wait for this, let's go to the Codex app. No, I just want you to review that plan and then review the code and give me your thoughts on this implementation approach. At some point, what we'll do too is we'll spin up some work trees on live, and then also we may break this up into issues. So I do have like if I come into Cursor, I could start a new agent, and let's go to 3.1 Pro, and I could say, can you use the GitHub MCP server to pull down issues for the Blue Cactus organization? Let me see if I've got see what the actual organization name is here. So we'll start breaking this up to the Blue Cactus AI. Now, I don't know if I added the... We're about to find out. If the MCP server is global across all cursor workspaces, or if it's... Yeah, I don't know if the MCP server will be available. Maybe it will. Let's see. I just don't want to pull up a different name here. 1 second. Actually, what I can do is come. Hold on, checking something sensitive here. 1 second. Yeah, I think I need to set up the MCP, GitHub MCP server inside of this workspace. For now, let's see what Codex said here. Okay, so this is Codex. Okay, I found the right official pages. You're asking the exactly right question. Okay, so Gemini 3.1 Pro was right about that. Okay. First turn behavior more deterministic. Okay, so let's see if we can reference a past chat, actually. Let's go past or chat. Hold on. Isn't there a way to pull in? Okay, you can only do that on new chats, I guess. So let me see if I make a new chat. Oh, no, I think it's at. There we go. Okay, let's go into the Gemini 3.1 Pro. Let's see if we can pull in the context from 5.3 Codex. Okay, can you review the context from this chat and then make the code changes that we need to make to get this working? So while that does that, let me actually come back and look at this. If event type or event type. Because string is written in one Go routine and read in another. Yeah, sure, do a diagnostic pass, but don't make any modifications to the code, but read through the code and then give me your thoughts. Now, I'm not fully familiar with Go routines, and I want to make sure we don't have some sort of race condition. Let's see. It looks like it might be locking a thread there. Okay, before we start the services, can you explain that race condition to me? I'm not super familiar with Go. Go back. Oh, here's the GitHub tool. Let's see. Let's need to configure. Oh, let's go. We won't worry about the MCP server for now. What I can do actually is I just want to Oh. Interesting. What about when I open it from here? Hold on. Huh. Can you use the GitHub MCP server to pull down the issues for the Blue Cactus AI organization? Okay, there you go. I just want to show you guys, man, Gemini 3.1 Pro. Let's see if it can do this. It's not, it's really taking its sweet time, trying to do this, but anyways, that's not super important now. Let's go through this. I'm really curious of why. Absolutely, I'd be happy to explain it. In Go, we have something called Go routines. Concurrent, they allow the program to do multiple things at the exact same time. Call started, or here's the user's microphone. To be attached to every piece of audio we send back to them so they know which phone call the audio belongs to. Go routine milliseconds after the call started. Interesting. Right. Gotcha. So it looks like it just locks, almost like it locks the other thread. So if one, I guess, thread is using a lock to write something into the memory state, the other thread won't try to read that in until that it's unlocked. Okay, so did you read the context from that other chat and implement all the fixes? Okay, guys, so I'm about to show you this. So one thing that we're going to do is as we keep moving through this agent's business or keep building this out, eventually, and let me just get Twitch open. Hold on. Okay, just want to make sure I don't have any chatting. So what we're going to do is eventually start creating issues. And then once we get our issues working, we'll start spinning up those issues in their own work trees. And we'll build a workflow for this. I just have kind of a complicated setup because I have this multi-repo approach with sub-modules. So spinning up these work trees can be, it's a lot easier to do it in a mono repo. But I have a whole workflow for it. And I can eventually show that to you guys. I don't know if we'll get to it on this stream, but let's just run. So this is using the GitHub MCP to pull down issues. So let's see if this worked here. Yeah, here we go. So here are all the issues that we pulled down from using the GitHub MCP. So like one thing that I'm going to do, and in this other workspace, like here you can see that my MCP servers are set up. Not Redis, I need to do a port forward to get Redis set up. But I have my Postgres MCP server and my GitHub. In this workspace, I haven't configured them yet, but I need to configure them in this workspace. And then what we'll do is, once we get a little further along, we'll start thinking through, okay, what are our different issues that we need to set up? And we can actually have AI go through the project, think about future issues, then use the GitHub MCP server to push those issues up. Then what we'll start doing is, every day we come in, we pull down the issues, and maybe we spin them up in different work trees and start working on them all in parallel is the idea. So let's I don't love how Gemini 3.1 Pro, like I asked it here, okay, so did you read the context from the other chat and implement all the fixes? And like if I asked a human that in the office, I'd want the human to give me some sort of response, right? Like, yeah, I did it. I got it. Moving forward here, Gemini is just kind of moving forward, trying to execute these commands, and then it's going to give me the response at the end. I almost would prefer the response a little earlier here to confirm before we start executing these commands, but that's just me. But let's go ahead and run this. And if you haven't, guys, please follow, like, and subscribe. It does help push this content out to more people. Gonna be doing a lot of vibe coding live on this channel. Okay, so here we're tailing the log. I think we're good to go. We're about to make another phone call here. It didn't start the front end yet. See if it's smart enough to do that. Okay, you didn't start the front end. Let's go back to, let's see what Codex has to say here. Okay, so it's not fully wired together with the rag and stuff, but that's okay. I think this is okay because we just want to test the tool calling right now. Is the code sufficient to test tool calling? Then let's look here. So we're going to be using something called Firecracker as a sandbox to help us execute code, but we're not going to worry about this. It's right now. Okay, that's fine. Bridge is fragile enough to drop calls on unexpected payloads. So they're saying pretty much we have the schema of the payload defined, but they're saying if OpenAI makes any changes to that schema, it could break our voice layer. But that's okay right now. I'm not super concerned about that. Like incomplete on a fresh Postgres instance. That's fine. For now. Lose side effects. Yeah, right now I'm just trying to test the voice layers. So all of the observability, the RAG stuff, any of the telemetry stuff, it's okay that none of that is wired up right now. Right now, what I'm concerned about is the voice layer. I just want to be able to make a Twilio call and start to test the OpenAI real-time API tool calling. Okay, let's come back. Let's see if Gemini did this here. Or was able to get this. Okay, let's get this. Let's get this banked, this wood here. And then we'll make another phone call. Okay, let's see if the front end's up. Nice, front end's up. All right, we're about to make the test call. Or let's kill all these terminals. All right, it's okay. We can, let's just keep that terminal up here. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. It's time to vibe. It's time to vibe, man. Okay. So let's see. Okay. All right, I have it up here. Okay. Let's try to make this phone call again. All right. It's crazy. I forget this phone number every time. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Sorry, an application error has occurred. Goodbye.
Okay, so we got an error. Let's go to Twilio and go find this error. Okay, Twilio login. Okay, we're gonna go look on Twilio to go see what the error is right now. So, going to the phone number, going to call logs. Okay, so we're getting a 404, right? So when it tries to call, this this endpoint that we set up with ngrok, it's returning a 404. So Are you sure that this endpoint is up? We didn't change the ngrok URLs, did we? Interesting. Did it kill ngrok? When did you kill ngrok? I just have to update this ngrok URL in my environment file, so I'm moving this off screen for a minute. Okay, yeah, it did kill the ngrok URLs, so we'll have to update them. So guys, this is what, when I get that error from Twilio, I just want to show you, since the ngrok URLs are changing. You know, like this is what that error looks like, right? So you can see that Twilio tried to make a post to my ngrok endpoint. So my service stands up that ngrok endpoint, and then Twilio sending webhooks to that. You can think of it just like an address, like it's like the front door to my app. And so ngrok is sending those webhooks to that endpoint. And for some reason, Gemini killed the ngrok URL, but it didn't really need to kill it. It accidentally killed the ngrok URL. But anyways, let's keep moving forward here. Restarting the services. Okay, I want you to give me all of the Twilio webhooks that I need to go update inside of Twilio. Okay, so here's these Twilio webhooks. Let's grab these. Go into Twilio, the Twilio console, and let's update these. I'm not going to update the SMS ones because I know that we're not using SMS yet. Okay. Get this one here. Good. Okay. Okay, the webhooks are updated in Twilio. Are we ready for a test call? Are the logs open and we're following them? Let's come back here. Okay, so we're following the logs. Can you make sure it doesn't print my phone number to the logs? Can you remove that from the logging? not my personal number, but still just want to remove it if I can. Okay, there it goes. Okay. Here we go. About to do another test here. Someone sent me a message. Let me messages first. Okay. All right, let's do this. Here we go. Didn't start the front end yet. Okay. Let's see. Okay, it opened up the logs. All right, let's go ahead and make the test call. No, it didn't start the front end. You didn't start the front end. Okay, front end is up. Okay, let's make this phone call again. So this is, guys, a Twilio outbound phone call I'm about to make right now. So an example of like a use case for this is like my business, we do marketing and we generate marketing, what we call MQLs, marketing qualified leads. And then you have SQLs, sales qualified leads, right? So an MQL is really like a conversion. So you did some ad campaign or you did some marketing and whatever marketing channel you use. And then that person submits a form. And then you'd get an MQL, like, okay, we qualified this through our landing page. And then, but what happens a lot, and it's fascinating, I don't know why it happens, but this happens on pay-per-click, it happens with social media ads, but you'll get a lot of people, and it could be competitors just filling out the ad, could be bots, but we get a lot of form submissions or conversions sometimes. And you'll have a sales rep reach out to that person and they answer the phone and they'll say, hey, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't need your system. I didn't fill out that form, right? And so you get a lot of that. It's very strange, but someone will take the time, even if you have like this many different fields someone needs to fill out on a conversion form to convert. Sometimes you'll have a human sales rep reach out and they're still not interested, right? So one use case for agents is just to make that outbound, and it depends how high stakes or low stakes, that sales call is, right? In my scenario, it would be where, we have tons of MQLs, right? Maybe you're running social media ads and you're getting, 30 of these, 30 of them every 2 days or something, right? Or whatever. I just pulled that number out of my, just pulled that out of nowhere. But the idea is, okay, if you're getting tons of MQLs, right? Every time the sales rep has to reach out to someone that's not interested, it's wasting his time. And so if the voice agent was natural enough and or almost indistinguishable from a human, it could immediately, you get that MQL from the ad campaign, immediately make the outbound call just to confirm that they are interested. And if they are interested and want to move forward to do a demo, right, that's when we hook into the sales rep's calendar, check the availability, book the availability for the sales rep. And so the sales rep can just only focus on prospects that are really interested, right? And so that's just one very simple use case. Another is I have events in my Telematics video platform. Like there's one event when the dash camera has an issue with the SD card. And pretty much the SD card will have to get reformatted. But one of the worst things that can happen is this camera is not healthy, and one of my clients gets into an accident on the road. And if that happens, maybe they got some alert that there was an SD card problem, and the SD card needed to be reformatted. The SD card was corrupted, and they needed to. And I sell dash cameras, and they needed to reformat that SD card. And so I could use a voice agent to reach out to them about that, or an SMS. And if they had more questions, the agent could come to talk with them about that, right? And then if they want to loop in or get passed to a human, as soon as they say, hey, or if someone's like, I don't want to talk to a damn robot, get me a damn human, we could immediately pass that or transfer that call to a real human at any point, right? Okay, so it's running now. Let's make this phone call. Okay. It's fascinating to me you guys can't hear the phone ringing. Testing. So we're getting an error. Testing. Testing. Review the logs. We got an error. It looks like this is some error from OpenAI. Let's also pass this into just ChatGPT just to see what... Do you understand this error? What's happening? I'm trying to connect to the OpenAI real-time API. I don't like how Gemini doesn't tell me what's happening before it makes the changes. I mean, I probably should be using Codex right now, to be real. I may end up, if we keep running into roadblocks here, we may switch over to Codex to try to push this past the finish line here. Can you search on the internet how other people are handling this? Should we be using an alias? Are you sure you have the right model name? So now we've narrowed it down to a better error, right? It looks like we're getting some model error. So like if I look at the actual error itself, and guys, if you're vibe coding, you literally can kind of keep just passing in the errors, right? I like to sometimes just take a peek at them to see if I can understand a little bit. Model not found. So you got this right here, model not found. So that's kind of what we're working on now. And let's look, if we come here. Okay, so now we're using this alias. It was using this full description for GPT-4o real time. And now it's using this alias called GPT real time. I'm tempted to look at the OpenAI documentation. Can you review the current documentation? So will this alias work or no? All right, let's try it. I hope it didn't kill the ngrok tunnels. Hold on, did you kill my ngrok tunnels? We killed the ngrok tunnels. It does that when it runs this, I'm so sorry. Look, it said, I'm so sorry. Okay, guys, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Right back. And top off the coffee. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, let me update these latest webhooks. Hold on. Julio here. Julio console. Okay. So you can see how models, even the latest models, if there's new documentation, it does have challenges. You kind of need to be explicit and remind it to go look at the latest documentation, or else you can run into a problem. Yeah, let's do call status. So guys, this is what it looks like in Twilio, if anyone's curious. But these are like but these are oh, get up. Yeah, so this is kind of what the webhooks look like, right? So in Twilio, I start configuring these ngrok URLs for the webhooks. So let me pull up Twitch here. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do this. I just configured these in Twilio. Let me save them. Good. Oh, I forgot to put in Discord too. That's a bummer. Hold on. Tell the Discord, everyone in Discord, that the live stream's on. Okay. Let's go to Discord. There we go. Arc. Cool. That's a browser, right? Okay, so let's okay, we just saved that in Twilio. So now I'm gonna bring this back over here. Okay, so I'm gonna say, okay, I updated the webhooks in Twilio. Did you start the front end and the back end services and open and follow the logs? See if we can get this to work, guys and gals. Check and make sure the ngrok tunnels are up. Okay, front end's up. That's good. Wait, is that Arch Linux, right? Comported? I don't know why I thought it was a browser for... How is that? I'm really interested to see now that with the LLMs, you know, how the Linux ecosystem kind of evolves, right? Like one advantage I think that a company like Mac has when they're vertically integrated is, you know, when they want to integrate something, right, they're able to rally together all these different teams and cut through all the noise and just do it. But my understanding, when you're in the open source community, you know, and you have different authors that have put together different pieces of this Linux system, you know, getting things done is a little more challenging, to kind of integrate new tools. What do you mean? What do you mean comported? Want the source code? If it's open source, you can go review the source, I guess, right? Okay. All right, let's just make sure the tunnels are up. Nice, tunnels are up. Good. Okay. All right, let's do this. Let's make this phone call again. Phone call's coming in.
Sorry, an application error has occurred. Goodbye.
Hold on. Interesting. Maybe I didn't save this? There was an error. Oh, why is there an error? Huh. Hold on. I probably shouldn't be exposing these ngrok URLs, but we'll change them again here in a second. Why is there an error? Can you give me the Twilio webhooks again? It looks like Twilio had some error. Maybe I had some extra space in somewhere in one of these fields. Okay. What's the error though? Huh. Hold on. Configure. An error. Huh. I think Twilio's down right now. I can't save the new webhooks. Huh. Yeah, hey Noel. Hopefully you're still here, but yeah, really my background is I started as a business guy, uh, involved in like GPS and camera in vehicles. So really fleet management. Ended up partnering with some different companies, becoming like a top distributor for different products, built out like a core base of customers. Then I saw an opportunity to start working on telematics video, and that's when we built out this telematics video system. So now, working on safety products. So really risk tools for fleet management. So back in the day, you'd have like a GPS tracker and cameras in vehicles, and it was always very reactive. So there would be events, and in this industry, like one accident that results in a fatality, just the legal cost will put you out of business. So having some sort of evidence that you took action to keep the fleet safe is incredibly important. So I saw where there used to be a separate GPS tracker and a separate camera, but then as the hardware kind of accelerated, you saw cameras coming with telematics and video. And so I saw that opportunity, and we started building out this platform for telematics video. So where one camera did GPS and video. And so now what we're doing is I'm building out like risk tools, right? So in the past, there was always events, and it was a reactive thing. An event would happen, then you'd review the event, sit down with the driver, have discussion with him, maybe use that as evidence to pass to your insurance company, or use it as evidence in a trial if anything ever went to trial, or use it to help you settle something outside of court. But now what's happening is now we have risk tools where we can try to start to identify patterns and make predictions, right? So instead of reactive, it's becoming more proactive. So one thing I'm going to be doing is, and this is the platform, we do basic mapping, and this is all 3D mapping. We do geozones, footage over the air, reporting, real-time alerts, scheduled reports. We have this coaching system. We have face recognition, driver ID. And we also have these 3D simulation reconstructions, right? So like one thing that we may be doing is, open. Yeah. So, like one idea I have too is to start taking these objects and then adding them to this 3D simulation and kind of doing this event reconstruction, right? Then building an MCP server of risk tools that we can expose to other agents. So if other people in this industry want to integrate risk tools, I can make it very easy for them to do that. Also, the really big vision is, when you get two autonomous vehicles that crash, who's liable for that, right? So helping insurance companies with risk tools and pulling that right off the original equipment manufacturer. So in the future, all vehicles that come off the manufacturing line will have cameras. And all vehicles that come off the manufacturer line will have cameras. And pretty much the idea is we use the API to fetch the video from any camera manufacturer, doesn't matter who it is. Then we maybe use like a panel of judges. Maybe they're open source models where the weights are open and can be audited, right? Which auditability is incredibly important if you're an insurance company, right? So that transparency of why did the model make the decision it did. So maybe you have two autonomous vehicles that crash. You have a panel of judges with all different open source models that make some sort of risk determination or liability determination. And then we expose those tools to an insurance company. And so, that's like the really big vision. And my idea with that is maybe you don't want a closed source model where you don't understand why the weights, or you can't even have any visibility into the weights, right? Or like, for instance, like Anthropic, you might have Dario's morality baked into the weights. And for that reason, maybe as an insurance company, when you're making this liability decision, maybe you don't you need that visibility into the weights to try to get some observability or understanding of why the model's making the decisions it makes. And so I'm thinking maybe that auditability, allowing the insurance companies to audit that, maybe you put the events on an immutable record of some sort, and that might kind of be of interest to insurance companies. So we have this. This is the really the coaching platform, right? So putting together these worksheets and coming up with steps for the driver. So we have shared action plan. So we have an action plan for the driver and the coach. And then also driver reflection questions, right? Questions for the driver to just think through the event. And now we're building the agents business. So let me pull that up. And what we're doing with this agents business is we're building pretty much agents for simple business workflows, right? So we've got the Twilio integration, we've got the voice layer. Let me see if I can pull up the plan. And we're gonna be building and exposing agent tools into the telematics video business, right? So, and that's really the vertical that I'm gonna focus on first. So like if you take a look, like this is kind of the architecture that we're working on now, right? So we're we're using LangGraph to help us build some documentation or a node graph for simple business workflows. We're using Twilio for the integration for phone calls. We're using we're also going to be looking through like OpenClaw and Mem0, super memory, and thinking about, okay, how do we handle like the attention mechanism or the key value cache? How do we handle like some sort of node graph that stores context where we can traverse through this node graph? When do we use RAG to fetch context with like a traditional RAG approach? A lot of it's vibe coded, Noel. A lot of it. So you can go check out the live streams. You know, that telematics video business, some of that infrastructure was set up with me and a few different engineers. And it's not all vibe coded, but all that coaching, a product that you see where I implemented those open source models and doing the depth estimation and object detection and stuff like that, all of that's vibe coded. Also, this entire agents business is vibe coded. So really my thoughts with vibe coding is all the challenges that would have been incredibly hard for me, or any job that would have been hard for me to do with just human engineers, or by myself. You know, I'm kind of looking for, okay, what's the most complex, biggest vision that I have, and then I'm trying to vibe code it, right? Let's see if we can get Twilio to work here. Back into Twilio. Let's see if we can update these ngrok URLs. And guys, please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps kind of push the content out to more people. Let's get this. Okay, it saved it. Good. Okay. Let's check the tunnels. Oh, wrong one. Let's go back to Blue Cactus. Okay, can you check the current tunnels again? Wait, which services did you start? Did you start our new services or the old existing services? We're not using the hotline tunnel, or we're not using the hotline service anymore, remember? And this chat might be getting a little too big here. I probably need to open a new chat, but let's see if it can remember this. Okay. So let's close down all these terminals real quick. Okay, can you open and follow the logs again? And make sure the back-end services and the front-end services are up. And make sure that you don't kill the ngrok tunnels. Yeah, Noel. So I'm you know, how I learned really is I started as a business guy. I sold a lot of technology, hardware and software, built up a base of customers, and then I started hiring engineers. And I really learned by just sitting down with the engineers and working side by side with them. At first, I knew nothing about coding, but I had to understand, like, hey, what repository is the code on? Are the secrets? Where are the secrets? How do the Docker images work? Right? Like, is this secure? Is it not secure? Right? And like just sitting there, actually not knowing how to code, I had to learn quickly how to ask the right questions. And really it's just out of pure curiosity, right? Really what happened to me is because I'm in a small business, you know, hold on guys, is this? Oh, I thought yeah, so anyways, a lot of how I learned, to be honest, is that there was a lot of churn. So like at the beginning I was working with interns, less experienced interns, and I do these capstone projects with the local colleges. And so what would happen is, you know, interns would work for me and then they'd end up, and every intern, almost all interns that have worked for me have went on to big tech companies like AWS, Robinhood, Palantir, Meta, and so there's a lot of churn, right? The intern would work for 2 years, then he'd graduate and would move on, and I love that for them. But what would happen is, you know, sometimes I'd be left with, and it's not pointing the finger at anyone, but I would be left with a lot of code that I would need to maintain, or I would need to hire people to help me maintain, right? And also I've worked with consultants, all different types of people, but sometimes I would be sitting there, and I needed to have the knowledge to understand how the system worked. If it crashed, how do we restart it? How does Kubernetes work, right? And so over many years of kind of just managing engineers and working together with engineers, that's really how I learned. Okay. Okay. I still have a feeling the Ngrok tunnels. Huh. Okay, can you check the Ngrok tunnels again and then give me the webhooks? Guys, hopefully there's not feedback in the chat or in the live stream. I hear a little bit of feedback. Huh. Oh, that's why. I think I figured it out. Okay. So, let's see. Let's get these webhooks again. I don't like that I can't. Okay, good. All right. Okay, open and follow the logs. And if anyone tries to hit that tunnel, I'll find out pretty quick. I probably shouldn't expose that tunnel, but I'm not super concerned. I probably should be, but let me see. If my Ngrok tunnel is exposed on live stream, what can happen? I guess someone can hit that endpoint, but they would need to know the shape of my payload, right? Okay. Okay, we're actively tailing the log. Good. All right, now let's make this phone call again. All right. All right, making the phone call. Testing. Look, there's the error, guys. Okay. You guys see? Okay, review the log. We have another error. Explain what this error is, or help me understand what this error is. Guys, we probably could try debug, but the thing is we have like this network stuff going on, right? Where we've got webhooks coming through the network. And I haven't tried the cursor debug a ton, but I think it's good for if everything's happening locally. Okay. Okay, so let's just see. I'm just curious. Okay, so you had... It's just a change in the shape of the schema, right? That's it. Okay, good job making these changes. Now I want you to kill the backend services and restart them, and make sure to not kill the Ngrok tunnels. And guys and gals, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe and follow. It helps push this content out to more people. Oh, let's go drop off this wood real quick. Get the switch to the. Oh. Kind of just playing around with OBS. Sometimes when I run to the bank, I might switch to this view real quick. Let's go to the bank. Put that in the bank. Come run back over here. Start chopping that wood. Take that view off. Okay. So let's keep doing this here. Okay, this is a ls command to see what's running on port 4000. Then it kills kill-9, kills that process. Use run like to swap left click. Yeah, I probably should do that. Awesome that we have old school RuneScape people here. Thanks for that suggestion, Spaz. Appreciate that. Okay. Okay, and you're sure that this kill command won't kill the Engrok tunnels, right? Just want to confirm. Guys, I'm gonna switch to a little lo-fi too, maybe. Let's try a little lo-fi. Not move. Menu entry swapper. I'll check that out, Spaz. Get that lo-fi. Let's see. Okay. Yes, it actually would have killed the Engrok again if I ran that raw. Filter to kill command to only target processes that are actively listening on those ports. Okay. Starting the services. Oh, awesome, Spaz. Cool, yeah, like one thing I want to do on this channel eventually is try to either contribute to some plugin or maybe build a plugin together on live stream, which will be fun. But that's cool, I love that. Yeah, I mean, this is like a game I played as a child. You know, I was like a guy that was back when, like, before the Grand Exchange, when everyone was trading in the West Varrock Bank. Like, that's my era. And so it's really very nostalgic playing again for me. I don't play a ton, but I just think it's kind of fun to just chop wood while I'm working with the agents. But trying to play more. An old friend got me back into it, and right now I have this guy's like a pure, so I'm staying at one defense for now. So really haven't played on this character a ton. My friend's playing an Iron Man, but yeah, I just want to see if we can do some fun stuff. Maybe build a plugin, maybe try to contribute to a plugin, and learn a little bit about Java along the way. Yeah, exactly. I was like the guy that was changing my text to be the multicolor text, selling rune two-handers. For some reason, I was always trying to get as many rune two-handers as I could get. You know, I liked like the vibes where you were in the wilderness with the one defense and just a rune two-hander. I guess the rune was like crazy, you know, the rune armor on the free version of old school RuneScape back in the day. Okay, so let's okay, can you check the Engrok tunnels again? And make sure they didn't change. Okay. Okay, good. All right. Okay, do you have the logs open and following the logs? Yeah, I'm trying. I wasn't balling. I wasn't like, trust me, I wasn't doing that good. I was trying to hustle some rune two-handers. But, I definitely wasn't a super high earner, I'll say that. Okay. Okay, nice. Here we go. All right, so let's run another live call here. Make another phone call. So this is Twilio that's about to make this outbound phone call to my phone number. Here we go. Hi, who is this? Hi, who is this? Interesting. So we made progress. Kind of. Okay, I think we made a little progress. I don't see any more errors about the model name, but now I do see the transcript that says, "Hello, this is Bill with Blue Cactus AI. How can I help you today?" But it didn't, I guess Twilio is not streaming that transcript or something, or let's debug this. Help me understand why this happened. I answered the phone again and the agent didn't speak. So we did get this Twilio stop event. Let's see. So OpenAI, it looks like, is doing a response output. You see that? Response output, and here's some transcript. But it's like not streaming it back to Twilio. Or something. Hey, Spaz. Yeah, so a couple different things. So I don't know if you're new to the channel, but this is one business that I have. This is my telematics video business. So I have dash cameras and vehicles, and I service really any type of fleet. So it could be a service company, could be a last mile distribution company, could be a long haul transportation company. And so we have cameras and vehicles, and so it's a telematics video camera, so it does GPS and video. This is a 3D vector map with a 3D object on top of the map. We do geozones, right? So, and all of this is deployed on AWS EKS. So it's almost 13 different microservices, and this is a system that's running in production with a lot of high volume real-time data coming into the app. But anytime, and we also have we're using Redis and Postgres. We have geofencing, footage where you can request footage over the air from cameras, reporting where I can run stop report, idling report. I can go look at any events. that have happened, any critical events that happened, let's say in the last month. And we're doing stuff like driver state monitoring fatigue, driver state monitoring distraction. Let's see if this is a decent distraction event. This is driver state monitoring distraction. It's like, here's an idea of kind of the distraction event. So my left eye was closed. My right eye was closed for a little bit. My mouth was open. And then what we're doing with this is we're building out, we also have alerts, so real-time alerts, which this is actually more challenging than it looks to do when you have a lot of real-time data. And then scheduled reports. So these will run reports on a schedule. But really, this is what we have. I've vibe coded this. This is the coaching risk platform. So what we're doing is we're, like if I look at this video, using open source models to detect object detection and depth estimation. So we're doing trying to look for like relevant objects, and this is really risk tools that we're building. And so this will get the forward facing camera and me in my vehicle, got my cell phone there. And then we're building reports pretty much, right? Where we take these images, use vision models to try to make a determination on how risky events are. And then we put together action plan for the driver and the coach. The idea is, if you have a fleet of vehicles, it's important that you try to operate this fleet safely. In this business, one accident that results in a fatality can put you out of business. So pretty much this is the Telematics video product. But then what we're doing is we're building out an agent's business too. So this agent's business, and I'll give you like an idea of the architecture for this. And this is really an agent's business where we're working on any simple business workflow. And the idea is that, okay, so like here's the kind of infrastructure that we're building out. And so the idea is I'm pretty much building like voice agents and chat agents that are going to have orchestration for simple business workflows. So taking learnings from products like LangGraph that help with setting up this workflow orchestration, allowing companies to upload business documentation, and then having pretty much putting a harness around business agents. And what we're going to do is we're going to build an MCP server on this agent's business that's going to expose agent tools to the telematics video business. So like what I'm going to do is I'm going to deploy these agents into the telematics video business and start using it for different use cases. Maybe a support use case, maybe sales use case, maybe it's some administrative customer onboarding use case. And so I'm going to focus on this telematics video vertical by deploying these agents into the telematics video vertical, which I understand that vertical deeply. And then what I'm going to do is as we run into hallucinations in this vertical, we try to solve for these hallucinations. And then we're going to pretty much build two MCP servers. We've got one MCP server that exposes our agent tools. We've got another MCP server that exposes our risk tools. And really, these two products are really probably going to work together. And so I'm going to end up exposing pretty much agent tools for business workflows and risk tools for risk scoring. And then I'm going to focus on the telematics video vertical, but build it in a modular way to where we can, after we chase this telematics video vertical and solve for hallucinations in this vertical, we can move on to another vertical. Maybe it's dentist offices or whatever, probably verticals that are not as heavily regulated. And then we're going to try and figure out, okay, well, what are the hallucinations for this vertical? And so, what it looks like is OpenAI is building agent SDKs, and OpenAI is really distributing intelligence in like a horizontal way across all verticals, and they're building tools for developers to build on top of. But from what I see in the market, you know, OpenAI is not going to try to chase a specific niche or try to solve for hallucinations on one vertical, right? They're really just kind of distributing that intelligence in a horizontal way. And it's guys like me that are going to do the professional services work and to really try to nail each one of these verticals. And so that was kind of a long-winded description, but that's what I'm doing. And guys, anybody that's kind of knows what I'm doing already, I bear with me as I continue to explain this, you know, over and over and over. Okay, so let's see if we can keep moving forward on this. This will be pretty cool. Good way to end stream if we can get this voice agent working. Honestly, Spaz, it actually is. You know, that's kind of how I think through stuff. So you're exactly right. You know, and sometimes, you know, it might seem like I'm just yapping. And I do a lot of yapping, right? I do a lot of yapping. And when I'm done yapping, that's when I get my breakthroughs, right? So you're exactly right. So that service just got killed, and that's why you're seeing all these API request errors. Now we're booting the system again. Yeah, Spaz. So that's one thing, actually. I've been going back and forth. Do I go more high level, more technical? You know, I think you're right. Probably keep it a bit more high level. I assume you're pretty technical. And most people come in, you know, some people come in here and I can't, you know, some people seem like it's kind of both extremes, it seems like. You know, you get some people who are very, very technical, and then some people who are very non-technical, but they're interested in vibe coding, right? But I think that's a good suggestion, Spaz. I want to keep it technical. Maybe I keep it high level, but if I get people asking me more detailed questions, then I could turn it up and make it a little more technical, maybe. Okay, great. And the ngrok tunnels are the same, right? We didn't kill the ngrok tunnels. Can you check the ngrok tunnels and make sure we open the logs and we're following them? Nice. It looks like the tunnels are still up. Okay, it looks like the services are up. Let's go ahead and make this phone call again. Once this is done. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and make this phone call. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and make this phone call. Kind of want to wait for it to finish this command, but okay, there we go. I don't think it matters. Huh, it's spinning up more logs. That's okay. Looks like we got like 3 terminals open. Hey, Imperium. Yeah, it's going good. We almost have the OpenAI real-time API working, getting very close. So we had Gemini. No, that's okay, Imperium. No problem at all. I'm just happy that you're in the community and here. And I know Imperium's pretty technical too. We have some, looks like we have some pretty technical people in chat. But so I was using Gemini 3.1 Pro to try to integrate OpenAI real-time. It looks like OpenAI real-time API had changed the schema of the payload a little bit. And so Gemini 3.1 Pro didn't have the latest documentation. And so it was making some mistakes doing that integration. I kind of had to explicitly tell Gemini, hey, go fetch the documentation from the internet. I also thought, okay, maybe let me use Codex because Codex might be have a little better understanding of the OpenAI documentation. So we also added the OpenAI docs MCP. And then after we did that, it looks like Gemini kind of made the changes to the parameters when we make those calls to OpenAI. So now it looks like we have passed those errors. Now we have a new problem where we can't get the agent, or we can't get Twilio to stream, but it looks like we're connecting to the OpenAI real-time API. We got OpenAI trying to, or it has the greeting description. Now we're just trying to get Twilio to say that, or stream that audio. So let's do this. Why did it kill it again? It's okay. It like opened up like 5 logs. That's okay. Okay, cool. Go ahead and make the test call. Okay, let's do it. So let's open up this log. Here we go.
Hi there. Welcome. I'm Bill with Blue Cactus AI. How can I assist you today?
Hey, are you a human?
No, I'm not a human. I'm an AI assistant designed to help you. How can I assist
What's
you
the
today?
weather today?
I don't have access to real-time data, including current weather information. Try checking a weather website or using a weather app for the latest
So why are
updates.
you calling me
How else can I
today?
help you?
Are you human?
No, I'm not human. I'm an AI designed to assist you. What can I help you with today?
Yeah, I guess I filled out a marketing form for your GPS trackers. I guess what's the next steps?
Great. Thanks for your interest. The next step would be that a representative from the Blue Cactus team will reach out to you to discuss your needs and provide more information about our GPS trackers. They'll guide you through the product features, pricing.
Okay,
and
I
any
think
other
I'm
queries
ready
you might
to
have. Is there anything specific you'd like
I think I'm
know?
ready to set up a demo.
Sure, I can help with that. Got it. To schedule a demo for our GPS trackers, a representative will reach out to you to arrange a convenient time.
Wow, guys. I mean, that's like way faster. Way, way, way faster, actually. Honestly, incredible, to be honest. Wow. Gosh. That's pretty cool, man. I know, period. Yeah, the real-time API, wow. I mean, even there, I like interrupted it, and it felt like it did some active talking. It really felt like almost felt like a human. When it was doing that active, I don't know, I kind of interrupted it, and then it said some like, okay, got it. Like some like active talking. Pretty incredible. So let's look at what all the, okay, so explain all the current intents that we have set up with the real-time API. Good work. I think this is working now. I just want to test all of our intents or all of our different tool calling. Oh. Wait, hold on. Okay, so explain all the current intents for the real-time API or the tool calls that we have set up. I want to start testing these different intents or tool calls to test the real-time API. Yeah, so a couple things, Imperium, exactly. So we're going to figure out maybe there's some parts that we can keep deterministic, maybe some we keep generative. And I need to think through that, but pretty much I have a tool where we're going to use an open source protocol called Open Telemetry, and also Cursor released a protocol called Agent Trace. So what we're going to do is I have a product actually where at one point, and I don't know if this is the right way to do it, but I use the OpenAI Assistance API to, what I do is I start creating like customer profiles where you would act like the end customer asking questions. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start doing like simulations of customers in different scenarios to like aggressively test. Yes, Spaz. Hey, good to have you here, Spaz. Thanks for joining. I'll see you on the next streams. Thanks. I'll do my best. So yeah. So okay. Okay, I want you to go look through the old service hotline and look at all the different intent classifications we had and list them out to me, these different intent classifications. And then I want to think through how we're going to handle this with the OpenAI real-time API. I'm pretty excited about that OpenAI real-time API. Let's go drop this wood off here. Okay, so here are all the different intents that we've had in the past. So we've got small talk, clarification, if someone expresses hesitation, technical difficulty, verify human, ask identity, repeat options, express interest, not interested, busy now, data collection, schedule request, select option, a specific time frame, how to handle this. So okay, for now, I just want to implement these or give system instructions to the real-time API to handle these different intents. For now, let's not worry about the business docs or the SMS or other action items like book a meeting. I just want to test these intents that we can add system instructions to help us handle these. And I don't know if J35 is still here, but yeah, J35. We made some pretty major changes. Yeah, hey Imperium. Yeah, that's just this game called Old School RuneScape that I played when I was a kid. Yeah, J35 is in the stream, Imperium. So I showed J35. I demoed the voice agent to him, but I had the old architecture, so it was all a ton of latency and super slow. But now I just wanted to see if he was still here because I wanted to show him the new real-time API integration. You know J35, right, Imperium? Obviously. Okay. Okay, and when we kill these services, make sure to not kill the Ngrok tunnels. How are you, Imperium? Are you working on any exciting, fun stuff? So we're about to test out all these different intents. Okay, now list out all the different intents in chat, and then I'm going to do a test call, and we're going to test all of these. And make sure you open and follow the logs. Yeah. So hey, Mary. So pretty much, Imperium, this game is old school RuneScape. So I played this game, and I might not always have this in the corner, you know, but I'm just doing this AFK wood chopping here. But so I played this game when I was a kid. It's just an MMO. It's very similar to World of Warcraft, if you're familiar with that. But really what's cool about this is there's an open source framework called RuneLite. So this game is in Java, was built in Java, and there was a .jar file, I guess. And before LLMs, some engineer, and I always mispronounce this, but some engineer was able to take that jar file that had method names that weren't human readable, and he deobfuscated it and took those method names and put them into human readable method names, then put an open source framework around the game. And at first, the old school RuneScape game really pushed back against that. But eventually, the RuneLite framework got so much adoption that the game kind of just integrated that RuneLite framework. And so now, this framework, you can build open source plugins, right? So this game has all these open source plugins on top of the game. And you can go review all the GitHub repositories of these plugins. And then you could try to make a contribution. But one thing I maybe want to do on stream is like build a plugin together, and we all build the plugin on this game, maybe doing some object detection stuff or some cool fun stuff like that. You know, and I'm not a super hardcore gamer. This is like kind of a nostalgia thing for me. I had an old friend that got me back into this game. And Mary Sales Support, are you still here? I'm about to show you I'm about to show you the real-time voice API, or this new phone call. So watch this. It's going to be interesting. Watch how human-like this sounds. Okay, I'm making the phone call. Hold on. I just got a forbidden. Hold on. Hold on. Are you sure the backend services are up? We're getting a Twilio error. Of course, right when I'm about to show some Twilio error happening here. Let's try this again. Hold on. 469. Very strange. I'm getting this error right now. Twilio has had some like some downtime today. It's kind of a bummer. Hold on. Oh, don't do the environment file. Well, I might have to... Huh, hold on. The Twilio backend is having some downtime or something. Well, this worked. Hold on. Let's try this. Hold on. Wait, so what happened? This is working. We shouldn't have any code issues. What in the world? Totally rejecting. Let me see if I ran out of funds. Hold on. Yeah, hey, Winpo. And I did change the keys. And now I actually got the real-time API working. And it's incredible, actually, the real-time API. And then all of a sudden, now I'm getting another authentication error. But I've noticed Twilio had some very strange downtime today. Maybe I ran out of credits, Twilio credits. Let me check. Let me see. It's just a bummer. I really wanted to show you guys. I just had an incredible call. Then the second call, I'm getting a forbidden error. But I got another forbidden error earlier today, which was kind of strange. But let me see. No, I have plenty of money, plenty of funds here. Maybe someone is doing, like, there's some strange traffic or something. Let's just kill the services and restart. Okay, can you kill the back-end services and the front-end services, but make sure not to kill the ngrok tunnels? And then restart them and then open and follow the logs? Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to understand why this is happening right now. I actually think Twilio might be having some downtime. Hey, Imperium, I haven't tried a lot of the open source models. I need to start testing more of them or just try them. I've heard good things, though. I've heard some people have a good harness. Some people don't have a good harness. Okay, can you open and follow the logs? See if we can do it now. Damn. Very strange, man. Why am I randomly getting forbidden all of a sudden out of nowhere after it's working all day? Let me change the API key in Twilio again. Hold on. I don't know why I'd be forbidden. It's kind of strange. Go to API keys. Okay. Got a new token here. Okay. Almost there, guys. Hold on. I just created a new key in Twilio. All of a sudden, we randomly started getting forbidden again with this old auth token. Just rotated it. Let's see here. Okay, let's try this again. Hold on. Still forbidden. Hold on, I updated the auth key in the environment file. I want you to kill the backend services in the front end and restart the services. Make sure not to kill the ngrok tunnel. Maybe I didn't save it. Wait, do it again and then kill the backend services and the front end and then restart. Make sure not to kill the ngrok tunnels. I just saved the environment file. Really strange, though. Really, really, really strange. Okay, let's try it again. Go to the Twilio. Guys, I think huh. Yeah, guys, I think unfortunately I really let's okay, I changed the API key and still getting the forbidden error, which is really strange. How did you do that curl before? Were you able to do that curl without my auth token? How did you do that? Let me go to like Twilio. Sorry, guys, this is all stuff I have to do like off stream too, which is kind of unfortunate. I don't know if it's this new. It's like I did one OpenAI real-time API, and now all my API calls are forbidden. Really strange, man. Let's try different ngrok tunnels, maybe. See if this works. It immediately hangs up. Oh, error connecting to OpenAI. It's interesting. It's actually a forbidden from OpenAI. It just says, is it getting forbidden from my OpenAI account? Hold on, guys. I'm going to grab my other computer. Make sure that... whenever this stuff happens on stream, it's pretty scary, actually. Just, you know, you just never know. Video, vector, okay. Let's... maybe kill the services and try again. Yeah, sorry about this, guys. I somehow getting some forbidden error from OpenAI, which is really strange. Yeah, no, I want to get it resolved. I just can't show it on stream because it's got my environment file. I think Twilio's doing some... Why? Forbidden. It's weird. It's like Twilio thinks I'm like blocked my account or something after one phone call with the OpenAI real-time API. That shouldn't be the case, though. I wouldn't imagine that's the case. Let's see here. Going into Twilio too, see if I can find any error logs in Twilio. See Twilio, huh? Who knows? Twilio could be having some sort of downtime randomly. I mean, sometimes that happens.
Sorry, an application error has occurred. Good.
Well, that time it worked.
An application error has occurred. Goodbye.
Well, let's see if we can make it now. From the front end again. Hold on. Really? I mean, we just sourced. Okay, let's try to do this one more time. Hold on. Okay, kill the backend services and the front end services, and make sure not to kill ngrok, and then open up the logs and follow them. We're gonna try this again. I mean, I always get scared whenever this happens on stream. I'm like, oh crap, did my API key leak at some point? Or I have like a concern about that, right? Okay, we restarted the services again. Okay. Same forbidden. It's weird. Normally it would say like an API key. Yeah, I already checked usage, Imperium, nothing. I also have auto billing disabled, right? So like if I use my credits, it won't automatically charge my credit card. And I only putting in like 20 bucks at a time. So even if someone got the key, they'd spend 20 bucks and that would be it. It almost seems like Twilio is blocking me for another reason. Let's try the +1. Let's try to kill the Ngrok tunnels maybe, and okay, I think we're about to print the Twilio error code. Let me see if I can. I gotta be able to find it in Twilio though. Okay, restart services again. Okay, can you restart the backend and front end services again and make sure not to kill the Ngrok tunnels? Super strange, man. Actually, really strange. Let's see. Okay, I think we got there. Because if I can't figure this out soon, I may end stream here. Let's see. It's just, you know, my environment file. I'm just rotating keys and my environment file is popping up. It's just strange because we didn't make any code changes. All of a sudden, Twilio started returning a forbidden all of a sudden. And I don't know if maybe like my account ID got exposed and someone started hitting like the Twilio endpoint acting like my account or something with a bunch of crap data. I don't know. It's just kind of a bummer because right when we got the OpenAI real-time API working, we're getting this strange Twilio forbidden error. Yeah, I checked the usage. It's not going down, Winpo. Usage is fine. I have auto billing off too, so it won't like hit my credit card again. Let me see. Can you explain this proxy? Oh, the shell commands, I think, are running inside a sandbox. Okay, kill the services, the backend and the front end service, and don't kill the ngrok URLs, and then restart the services again outside the sandbox if you can. It might be something to do with the... Can you open and follow the log again? Can you open and follow the logs? It's working now. Crazy, guys. It was a sandbox thing. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Cursor opened it in a sandbox. Okay, can you give me all of the intents again so we can test them? I think it's working now. Gosh, guys. Wow. There you go. That's an issue with AI. Mary, are you still here? No way you're still here. Okay, so here we go, guys. Okay, guys, so here we go. Let's try this. I don't know who's still in here, but let's try this. So this is going to be pretty cool, guys. Wait, what the hell? Hold on. Did I call the wrong number? Hold on. Kill the backend services and the front end service, and make sure the ngrok URL is not killed, and then let's restart this. Let's try to do this again. Okay, here we go.
I'm Bill with Blue Cactus AI. How can I assist you today?
I'm doing good. How is the weather?
I don't have real-time weather updates, but I can help you find out. Where are you located? And I can guide you on how to check the weather there.
I'm located in Louisiana.
Got it. Louisiana. You can check your local weather by looking at a weather app on your phone or visiting a weather website.
Okay, are you a human?
Like any recommendations for good weather apps?
Hold on, are you a human?
No, I'm not human. I'm an AI assistant. Here to help you with any questions or tasks you have. If there's a no,
well, what are you trying to sell me? I'm kind of having some hesitation.
How can I assist? I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm here to help answer any questions you have or assist with tasks. If there's something specific you'd like help with, just let me know.
Well, hold on. I'm not interested, man. I don't know who the hell you are.
That's completely fine. If you have any other questions in the future, feel free to reach out. Have a great day.
It didn't hang up, but we can work on that. So again, can you clarify what you said?
Sure. I mentioned that I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm an AI assistant, and I'm here to help answer your questions or assist with any tasks you have. If you have any other questions or need assistance, just let me know.
So you are a robot.
I'm an AI assistant, which is similar to a robot in that I'm not human, but I exist in software rather than a physical form.
Okay, guys, so we need to work on this a bit more and update the system instructions. more, but it's way faster, unbelievably faster. So guys, I may end it there. So what happened is, for some reason, Cursor started some backend service inside of some sandbox, and so for some reason, when the front end called the back end was inside of the sandbox and couldn't make an API call. Actually, guys, I may use the restroom, and we might do one more thing before I end stream. I don't know if anyone's if Winpo, Aperium, or Mary is still here, but we definitely made some progress, which is good. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So that's really cool. We got that working, which is incredible, actually. So what I'm going to actually do now is I'm going to open up another chat. I'm going to ask Codex. Let's say, okay, these are the current intents that we're building out system instructions for in the Voice Edge high noon service. I want you to go review the system instructions for these different intents for the OpenAI real-time API and see if you can improve them. So really cool, guys. We actually got the OpenAI real-time API working. It just worked through a very strange error, actually. So feeling good now. So we're about to enhance, try to enhance. We're enhancing some of these instructions. So hold on, guys. Someone's actually going to join the live stream. I want to show them this. Port, but it says it's already in use. That's strange. Then I need to check ports that are active and kill manually. The ID runs in terminals and chats will stop. Report. Yeah, yeah, there's sometimes some strange, it's got to do with like sandboxes, Aperium, and the way these IDEs, I think, are handling sandboxes sometimes in the background, and how, and I'm not that sophisticated, or how these proxies work. Okay. Okay, can you kill the back end and front end services and make sure the ngrok tunnels, we don't kill the ngrok tunnels? And make sure the back end doesn't start inside that sandbox again, so we don't have that forbidden problem. Okay, Mary, hold on. 5 minutes, and I'm going to show you this. 1 second. Like 2 minutes, and it's going to, I made one change to the code. Okay, hold on. Let's go find the command to start the services. I think it's literally this, Hold on, Mary. Every time you join to look at this, it, I have some sort of issue. Now Gemini is, taking its sweet time. I want to say we just execute this file here. Hold on. Okay, go ahead and start the front end and the back end services, and open and follow the logs. Okay, here we go. Almost there. Okay, nice, beautiful. Okay, here we go. It's gonna open up the log now, and then we're gonna do a test call. So here we go. So now if I come up here, I'm gonna go back to my intent, or these are my intents right here. So, all right, let's do this. Okay, I wanted you to open and follow the logs, not just tail them. And you don't really need to see the logs for me to test this, but let's see if it can do this. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go. We're gonna make the phone call now. Okay, here it goes.
I'm Bill from Blue Cactus AI. How can I assist you today?
Yeah, who are you? Are you a human?
I'm an AI assistant, not a human.
Well,
I'm
hold
here
on,
to
hold
help
on.
you.
What's the weather
What
today?
can I do for you today? I can't provide real-time weather updates over a call. You can check your local weather app or website for
Well,
the
hold
most
on. Why are
current
you
information.
calling me
Is
again?
there anything else I can help you with? I'm here to assist you on behalf of Blue Cactus AI. We can talk about any questions or issues you might have. What can I help you with today?
So you're a human?
No, I'm not a human. I'm an AI assistant designed to help you. How can I assist you
Okay,
today?
I'm good. What are you trying to sell me? I'm kind of, I'm not sure I even want it.
I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm just available to help with any questions or issues you might have. Is there anything specific you'd like assistance with?
Well, I'm kind of busy right now.
I understand. Would there be a better time for us to talk, or should we leave it here for now?
Well, when do you have availability?
I'm available anytime that works best for you. When would be a good time for
Well,
me
I'm
to
not
call you
interested.
back?
I don't want to talk to a damn robot.
I understand. I'll make sure not to bother you again. Have a good day. Goodbye.
So see that, Mary, and wow, updating such a way to listen for users and wait. Yes, Imperium. Maybe a small delay, or yeah, it's kind of speaking as I'm speaking. We're talking over each other. So it's definitely getting better, for sure. So yeah, Imperium, interesting. I don't know if you saw that, but yeah, it started one of my backend services in in some sandbox, and then I was getting this Twilio forbidden issue, and then I was kind of panicking a little bit. I was kind of like panicking a little bit, like, oh crap, what's happening? Did I leak my API key or something? And anyways, so guys, I think I'm gonna get and thank you for everyone that's watched this far. Today was actually a pretty fun day. We were able to migrate over to the OpenAI real-time API. And then the next step is we're going to wire up LangGraph orchestration for our business documentation. We're going to think about our attention mechanism and when to store, like which keys and values to store and which context to store or which context to pay attention to. Then we're also going to get our observability platform up where we're doing telemetry or trying to trace the agent communication. And when the agent makes tool calls, we're going to wire up the tool calls to hook into Google Calendar and also SMS. Thanks, Mary. And so we're going to do all that. And then we're going to slap a front end on it. And then we're going to try and as quickly as we can get it into like a demoable state, right? Where we can start going out and not a production product yet, but very close. We're going to deploy it on AWS EKS. And then I'm going to be going out to local SMB around my area and start opening up discussion about agents, right? And then we're going to take it from there. But again, thank you to everybody. And let me switch to my other view here. Thank you to everyone that has watched the stream today. It really does mean a lot. If you're interested in a community, you can join at discord.bluecactus.ai. We're trying to build a community of people that are interested in vibe coding, AI, maybe someone who's looking to transition into technology. Maybe you have a concern about your job getting disrupted and you want to start thinking about AI, start adopting AI into your workflow and prepare for the new future. This community is good for you. You just put it into your browser, discord.bluecactus.ai, and that will redirect you to the Discord invite link. Then you can paste that invite link directly into Discord, or it should bring up Discord automatically for you, and you can join the community. This channel is all about vibe coding live. We're going to be doing a lot of vibe coding live. And so if that's something you're interested in, this is the right channel for you. I also, whenever I think about new workflow stuff, so I've been thinking a lot about work trees, running them inside of a sandbox, and pulling issues down from GitHub, spinning up work trees to start working on these issues in parallel. So I like when I adopt new workflows or agentic workflows, I like to try and make a video on that. And also, if you're interested in just high-level commentary, whenever I see an interview with the AI leader that I think's meaningful, I like to give some commentary on that. So again, thank you everybody that has watched the stream this far. Thanks, Imperium, Winpo. Not sure if anyone's still lurking around here. Spaz, J35. You know, again, thank you for everyone that watched the stream today. And I'll see everyone on the next stream.